Have you ever stood by a river that seemed to know your name? Not in the way a friend might call to you, but in the way the water moves, as if it remembers every footstep you've taken along its banks, every quiet thought you've ever let drift away with its current. There's a river like that winding through the heart of a small countryside town, where the seasons change softly and time feels slower. Locals say it has been here for as long as anyone can recall, holding the echoes of voices long gone and carrying the scents of wildflowers and wood smoke through every bend. On late afternoons when the sun is sinking and the light turns golden, the river tells its stories in ripples and reflections. If you listen closely, you might hear laughter from summers past, or the hush of winter nights when snow lay heavy on the fields. Tonight I'll take you there, to follow the water's gentle path, to linger in its memories, and to let its quiet rhythm guide you toward rest. There is a kind of quiet that does not come from the absence of sound, but from the presence of something older than words. A slow, steady rhythm that seems to breathe beneath the surface of life itself. If you have ever stood by a river in the last light of day, you will know the quiet I mean. It is not silence exactly. There is the whisper of water slipping over stones, the soft rustle of dry reeds bending in the evening wind, the distant call of a night bird across the fields. But all of these sounds belong to the same gentle voice. They do not disturb the quiet, they deepen it. They make it feel more complete. The river in this story carries such a voice. It has been winding through this countryside longer than the fences, longer than the weathered barns, longer even than the narrow road that follows its curve for miles. The people who live here say, "It remembers." They do not mean it in the way a mind remembers names or dates, not a sharp, exact kind of memory. But the river holds on to the essence of moments. It keeps the way an afternoon smelled when the lilacs bloomed, the way the winter moon shone on the ice, the way laughter carried from the far bank on summer nights. On evenings like this one, when the sun has already slipped low and the sky wears its first hint of silver, you might find Samuel walking the worn path from his porch to the water. The walk is short, just far enough for the air to change, for the scent of the river to meet him before the path opens out. It is a scent made of many small things: damp earth, fallen leaves softening underfoot, a faint trace of wood smoke from some unseen chimney upriver. Samuel is not a man in a hurry. He has not been for many years. His steps are slow not because he is old, though he is, but because the river does not ask to be rushed, and he has learned to match its pace. In his hands he carries a small folded blanket, and beneath his arm a wooden chair, worn smooth from use. This has been his habit for longer than he can say, to bring the chair down to the riverbank, to sit until the light fades, and to let the water do what it has always done: quiet his thoughts and keep them. The path bends once more, and there it is, the river, moving in its unhurried way, broad and calm, catching the dim light in gentle folds. At this hour, the surface is neither bright nor dark, but somewhere in between, a shifting mirror for the low sky. The first stars are still hiding, and the world feels suspended in the thin space between day and night. Samuel sets down the chair in his usual place, just where the grass meets the worn edge of soil that slopes gently to the water. He spreads the blanket across his knees and sits back, breathing in the cool air. Somewhere upstream, a fish breaks the surface with a sound so small it is almost part of the silence. Downriver, the wind touches a patch of reeds, and they lean together as if sharing a secret. For a long time, Samuel does nothing but watch. The river has a way of loosening the knots in his mind without asking for anything in return. It moves at its own pace, curling and unspooling in long, patient gestures, as though it has all the time in the world. And perhaps it does. A pair of ducks drift past, their bodies leaving two faint lines in the water behind them. They do not look at him, but he imagines they know him all the same, the way creatures sometimes do when they have seen you often enough to fold you into the shape of their world. He has watched their kind return every year, generation after generation, always finding this same quiet bend in the river. The evening air cools, and the colors around him soften. The green of the far bank melts into the gray of shadow, and the last golden light along the horizon fades to a muted rose. It is the sort of light that asks nothing of you, only that you notice it and let it pass without regret. Samuel leans back and closes his eyes for a moment. Behind his eyelids he sees the river as it was decades ago, children's voices calling to one another, the thud of bare feet on the wooden dock, the creak of his father's rowboat pulling away from shore. The water, too, was younger then, though perhaps it only seemed so because he was younger himself. Now, the river is slower, broader, a little like him, and like him, it carries more than it shows on the surface. A light breeze passes, bringing with it the faint, sweet smell of clover from the nearby meadow. Somewhere behind him, a door closes softly, and a dog's bark echoes once before fading. The sounds settle into the rhythm of the place, folding into the steady murmur of the river. It occurs to Samuel that in all the years he has lived here, he has never truly seen the river the same way twice. It is always itself, yet always new, like a familiar face that carries 1,000 changing expressions. Perhaps that is why he returns to it evening after evening, to be reminded that change and constancy can live side by side without conflict. He opens his eyes again, and the current seems to catch a deeper shade of blue. The water moves on, as it always does, carrying leaves, small twigs, and the unseen silt of countless miles. Somewhere far beyond, it will join another river, and then another, until it reaches the sea. But for now, it is here, and so is he. Samuel breathes deeply, and the sound of the water settles around him like a blanket that has been warmed by the sun. He feels the familiar weight of evening drawing close, and with it, a peace that has no sharp edges, no urgency, only the slow turning of the world, and the quiet presence of a river that remembers. There are some evenings when the world seems to lean closer as if it, too, wishes to rest beside the water. This was one of those evenings. Samuel sat with the blanket spread across his knees, watching the way the light faded from the far hills in slow degrees until their edges softened and blended with the deepening sky. He did not need to think of anything in particular, and so his mind drifted as the river drifted, quietly, without urgency. The air carried a faint chill now, the kind that does not demand you rise and seek warmth, but rather makes you draw the blanket closer and settle in. It smelled faintly of damp soil, of the sweet decay of fallen leaves, and of something clean and sharp. Perhaps the first hint of frost hidden somewhere in the darkening fields. From his chair, Samuel could see the curve of the river upstream, where it bent behind a stand of willows. Those willows had been there as long as he could remember, their slender branches trailing into the current, swaying with a patience that seemed beyond human measure. When he was a boy, he and his cousin would wade out to them in summer, clinging to the low boughs and feeling the tug of the water against their legs. The memory rose unbidden now, and with it came the echo of laughter, thin and bright in the warm air of those afternoons. He smiled without opening his eyes. It was a small thing, but these small things seemed to fill the spaces in his life more completely than anything grand. The sound of a single bird calling from the thicket, the way the river always found a path even when the spring floods remade its banks, the faint glimmer of starlight just beginning to press through the thin veil of twilight. The ducks he had seen earlier were gone now, drifting perhaps to some quiet inlet where they would settle for the night. In their place, a few dry leaves floated past, turning slowly on the surface as if reluctant to move on too quickly. He followed their progress with his eyes, imagining how far they might travel before sinking or catching on some branch downstream. It occurred to him that the river must carry countless such passengers. Leaves, seeds, bits of bark, the occasional feather loosened from a bird's wing, each one part of some larger rhythm, each one on a journey without a map. The thought was oddly comforting. There is no need to know the end from the beginning. It was enough simply to be carried. A breeze came down the water, lifting the hair at his temples. It brought with it the sound of the current sliding over a shallow place upstream. That sound had been with him all his life. When he was young, it had been a kind of companion to his play, a soft and constant backdrop to the hours he spent outdoors. In the middle years of his life, when the days had felt crowded and hurried, it had been a reminder that the world was wider than his own concerns. And now, in these later years, it was a comfort, a voice that asked nothing, but offered presence all the same. The first star appeared above the far bank, pale and small against the blue-gray sky. Samuel watched it for a while, remembering how his father used to name them as they emerged. Not the official names from books, but names he made up: the traveler, the lantern, the old friend. It had been a kind of game, but also a way of making the night sky feel close enough to touch. Even now he found himself whispering those names in his mind, as if calling them back would somehow bring the man himself to sit beside him once more. Somewhere across the fields a dog barked once and then again, the sound carrying clear in the still air. It was answered faintly by another dog, farther away. The exchange was brief, and then the quiet returned, folding itself around the riverbank like a worn quilt. Samuel shifted slightly in his chair, feeling the smooth wood beneath his palms. The chair had been with him nearly as long as the willows upstream. It had been made by his uncle, who had shaped the arms to fit the curve of a resting hand and carved small, simple patterns into the backrest. Over time, the varnish had worn away, and the wood had taken on the warm patina of use. It carried the faint scent of the shed where it spent its days, a mingling of cedar shavings and old tools. He thought of how many evenings he had carried it down this path, and how, in a way, it had carried him too, through seasons of change, through moments of joy and quiet grief alike. Objects could be like that, holding a kind of memory that was different from the mind's but no less real. The light continued to fade, and the river began to take on the muted gleam that comes just before night truly arrives. It was neither dark nor bright, but a soft in-between, as if the water were hesitating before crossing into full darkness. Samuel felt the same, not quite ready to leave, but knowing that soon he would. He stayed a while longer, letting the quiet do its work, letting the river's voice mingle with the slower rhythm of his own breath. There was no rush. the path home was short and the night was kind. In that lingering moment, he felt a gentle certainty that whatever else might change, the river would be here tomorrow, and the day after that, remembering in its own way and carrying all that it could hold. By the time the sky had deepened into a soft indigo, the river seemed to carry the night on its back. It moved with the same patience as before, but now it wore the colors of evening, blues, grays, and a faint trace of silver where the first threads of moonlight touched the surface. Samuel sat with his hands resting on the blanket, feeling the steady weight of the fabric over his knees, and listened. The river had many voices, and at night they grew gentler, as though they too were settling down to rest. There was the low murmur of the current over stones, the occasional brush of water against a half-submerged log, and the quiet drip of moisture falling from the branches of the willows upstream. Together, these sounds wove a kind of music that could never be written down, but which the body understood instinctively. He had often wondered if the river changed its song for each listener. Perhaps, to the deer that came to drink at dawn, it hummed a tune of coolness and safety. To the children who splashed in it on summer days, it must have sung with brightness and laughter. And to him now, it spoke in a tone both steady and tender, as if it knew the weight of his years and sought only to ease them. A faint mist began to gather above the water, blurring the line between river and sky. It was not thick, but enough to soften the shapes of the far bank and make the lights from the nearest farmhouse glow like small, steady lanterns floating in the air. He liked that, the way mist turned the familiar into something just slightly mysterious, without ever making it strange. It was still his river, his town, but wrapped for a time in a gentler kind of light. Samuel's mind wandered to autumns long past. He could see himself as a boy, running along this very bank with his school satchel bouncing against his side. The trees then had seemed impossibly tall, and the leaves, crimson, gold, and copper, had felt like treasures underfoot. He remembered the crunch they made as he walked home from school, taking the long way just to be near the river. Sometimes he would stop and toss a stick into the current, watching it disappear around the bend, wondering where it might end up. Those were small thoughts for a boy, but they were the beginnings of the quiet patience he would come to value later in life. A branch cracked somewhere in the dark, and Samuel glanced toward the sound. It was likely a deer moving through the underbrush, its presence as natural here as the river itself. He could almost picture the creature pausing at the water's edge, ears alert, the steam of its breath drifting into the cool air. Then, with a few careful steps, it would lower its head to drink, trusting the stillness around it. Samuel had always admired the way animals belonged to the river without trying. They did not seek to mark it as theirs or change its course. They simply came, took what they needed, and left it as they found it. It was a lesson he had tried, in his own way, to follow. The moon rose higher, casting a long ribbon of silver across the water. He watched it shift and tremble with the movement of the current. Some nights the moonlight made the river look almost like glass. Other nights, like this one, it seemed alive. A living thread that wound through the land, tying together field and forest, meadow and town. He thought of the people who had stood here before him. His father, leaning on a walking stick, watching the ice break apart in the early spring. His mother, with her apron still on, carrying a basket of laundry to wash in the shallows. The young couple from the next farm over, holding hands as they skipped stones across the surface. They were all part of the river's memory now, just as he was. The air had grown colder, but Samuel did not mind. He pulled the blanket a little higher and let the chill brush his cheeks. There was something honest about the coolness, a reminder that seasons turned whether one was ready or not. The river accepted these changes without complaint. Ice in the winter, floods in the spring, the slow warmth of summer. It met each one with the same steady flow. Somewhere downstream, a faint splash echoed. He imagined a fish leaping for an insect, its body breaking the surface for only a heartbeat before vanishing again. It reminded him that the river was never truly still, even in its quietest hours. Life moved within it, just as life moved quietly through his own days. Samuel let his gaze drift upward to the stars. They had multiplied while he watched the water, filling the sky with pinpoints of light. He could trace the familiar constellations, but he did not name them aloud. It was enough to simply see them, to know they had been there long before he was born and would remain long after. The night was deepening, but there was no urgency to leave. He felt the weight of the hours, but it was a gentle weight, like a hand resting on his shoulder. The chair beneath him creaked softly as he shifted, and the sound seemed to join the river's song. As, in the quiet, Samuel realized something simple and sure. The river did not need to remember him in the way a person might. It carried his presence the same way it carried leaves and light, folded into its movement, woven into its endless passing. And in return, he remembered the river, holding it close in the way one holds a dear friend, not with possession, but with gratitude. He breathed in the night air, letting it fill him slowly, and thought that perhaps that was enough, to sit here, to be part of this moment, to let the river keep its quiet watch while he kept his. There is a certain way winter settles into the countryside here, not with a single sharp arrival, but with a slow and measured patience. It comes first in the lengthening of nights, then in the quieting of the fields, and finally in the thin edge of frost along the river's banks on the first truly cold morning. Samuel has always noticed the river most in winter. Perhaps it is because everything else grows still, and so the movement of the water feels even more certain, more deliberate. In those months, the river is a darker shade, steel gray under clouded skies and almost black when the moon is hidden. Yet even then, it carries a kind of brightness inside itself, a glimmer that comes from the way it holds the light and releases it slowly, as if in no hurry to let it go. He remembers, as a boy, how the first skim of ice would appear along the edges on cold mornings. It would crunch underfoot if he stepped too close, though he knew better than to trust it. The older boys in the village would sometimes venture out onto the frozen shallows, testing each step, their breath rising in small clouds around their faces. But Samuel had always been content to watch from the shore, hands tucked into his coat, feeling the air sting his cheeks. Now, in the later years of his life, he walks to the river in winter with the same deliberate pace he uses in the softer seasons. The blanket over his knees tonight is heavier, woven thick with wool, and he wears a scarf his sister knit for him decades ago. The pattern is simple, but he knows every stitch by heart, as though it is its own map of time past and care given. The river's winter voice is different. It speaks in slower tones, the muffled glide of water beneath thin ice, the occasional creak where the current shifts a frozen sheet, and the soft whisper of snow falling on its surface. Snow changes everything here. It lays a hush over the land, blurring the edges of sound and shape alike. The fields lose their lines, the trees stand like ink strokes on pale paper, and the river winds through it all like a dark ribbon, its path the only movement for miles. Some years, the snow comes early and stays deep until March. Other years, it comes in small, quiet visits, flurries that vanish by midday. Samuel remembers both kinds. He remembers trudging through drifts that reached his knees just to fetch water from the well, and he remembers mornings when only a dusting of snow covered the porch, melting by the time the sun cleared the treetops. Sitting here tonight, he watches as a light powder begins to fall, catching in the wool of his blanket and melting into tiny beads of water. Each flake that lands on the river disappears in an instant, becoming part of its endless flow. He wonders, not for the first time, how far a single snowflake might travel once it joins the current. Would it make it all the way to the sea? Would it evaporate into mist and rise again into the clouds? Or would it freeze once more, caught in some hidden inlet before spring's thaw? The cold deepens, but the air is so still it feels almost kind. His breath drifts upward in slow, visible streams, mingling with the faint fog that hovers above the water. From the far bank, the moonlight reflects off a patch of snow, making it glow faintly like a lantern left burning in the night. Somewhere beyond that glow, he can just make out the shape of the old mill, its roof heavy with snow, its wheels still and silent until the spring melt returns the current strength. Samuel shifts slightly in his chair, letting his eyes follow the river's bend downstream. In winter, the view feels longer, as if the bare trees open the landscape for the eye to wander. Without leaves to block the view, he can trace the river's path far beyond its summer limits, watching it narrow and vanish into the dim line of the horizon. That sight always makes him feel both smaller and more connected, as though he is not merely standing beside the river but is part of the long story it tells. The night deepens further and the snow thickens just a little. Flakes catch the moonlight now, turning the air into a slow-moving galaxy of white. The sound of the river becomes softer under this quiet snowfall, and he finds himself leaning back, eyes half closed, letting the steady rhythm of the water match the rhythm of his breath. In these moments, he feels the weight of years as something gentle. The memories that come to him are not sharp or urgent. They arrive like the snow, one by one, settling where they will. A winter afternoon when his mother mended clothes by the fire. A morning when the frost on the window made patterns so delicate they seemed drawn by hand. An evening walk with a neighbor, their boots crunching in unison on the frozen path. Each memory rests for a time, then drifts away again, carried off by the same quiet current that moves the river. He does not try to hold them. He has learned that part of their beauty is in the way they come and go freely, as the seasons do. The snow shows no sign of stopping, and the river no sign of freezing over completely tonight. Both will go on as they always have, each in their own way, each keeping time with something older than clocks. Samuel breathes in once more, filling his lungs with the cold, clean air, and thinks about how tomorrow the snow will change the path to the river. It will soften his steps, muffle the sound of his boots, and make the familiar walk feel just slightly new. He looks forward to that, not because he seeks novelty, but because small changes remind him that the world is still turning gently, and that he is still part of it. For now, he stays where he is, wrapped in his blanket, watching the snow meet the river and vanish into its memory. Spring does not arrive all at once here. It comes like a guest who stands at the edge of the yard for a while, watching the house, deciding whether to knock. There is no sudden rush of blossoms, no instant warmth to push away the memory of winter. Instead, the change begins quietly, with the trickle of water under the ice, with a thread of bird song too faint to be sure it's real. Samuel has always been patient with spring. He knows that the best things, the most lasting things, come slowly. In March, the river still wears its winter colors, but there is a looseness to the ice now, a softness in the way it meets the current. Some afternoons, the sunlight lingers long enough to set small rivulets running down from the fields, joining the main water with a sound like the lightest laughter. This morning, he had noticed the ground along the path giving under his boots, not with the frozen firmness of January, but with the yielding touch of thawing earth. The smell was different too, richer, darker, as though the soil itself was waking from a long sleep. He paused more than once, not from weariness, but simply to listen to the quiet and take in the air. When he reached his chair by the river, he saw that the ice had pulled back from the center of the current. A narrow ribbon of water ran free, slipping past from the remaining sheets of white. The sun, still low in the sky, caught on the moving surface, and for the first time in months the river's voice was clearer, more certain in its song. He sat with the blanket over his knees, watching the way the water carried small bits of bark and last autumn's leaves. Some pieces moved quickly, caught in the faster channel. Others drifted slowly, turning gently in the eddies before continuing downstream. It reminded him of the way people move through life. Some carried forward by a current they can't quite see, others pausing in quiet corners, waiting for their time to rejoin the flow. Over the next weeks, he would watch the ice retreat day by day. It would happen without drama, without the crack and roar of sudden collapse. Instead, the edges would grow thin, the white would fade to gray, and one morning he would find only open water, dark and ready to receive the spring rains. For now, the changes were small but certain. A pair of geese had returned, their calls echoing across the valley. They circled low over the bend before settling on the water with a quiet splash. Samuel smiled at the sight. He had watched these same geese or their kin come back each year, choosing the same stretch of riverbank. It was a reminder that life had its own faithful patterns, and that even the long silence of winter could not erase the paths creatures kept in their hearts. A little later, a breeze came up from the south, soft enough to carry the scent of wet grass. It touched his face and passed on, disturbing the surface of the water and setting the reeds to whispering. That sound was one he had missed without knowing it, a sound too gentle to belong to the colder months. As the day warmed slightly, he leaned back in his chair, feeling the sun on his hands. The light was still pale, but it held a promise, as if it knew that before long it would stretch its reach across the meadows and call the first shoots of green from the soil. His thoughts wandered to springs past. He remembered his mother opening the windows in the kitchen, letting the air in even when it was still cool outside. She would hum as she worked, pausing now and then to watch the river from the porch. He could still see the way the curtains moved in the breeze, the way the light touched the worn wooden floor. In those days, spring meant chores, mending fences, turning the soil in the garden, checking the hives for the first stirrings of the bees. But it also meant small freedoms, fishing with his father after the thaw, walking barefoot in the wet grass, lying on the bank with the sound of water in his ears. The memory of those barefoot afternoons brought a kind of warmth to his chest. He thought of the way the sun had felt on his skin, how the grass had left green stains on his feet, how the world had seemed to open wider with each longer day. Time had softened those memories, but it had not dimmed them. They were part of the river's keeping now, woven into the same fabric as the seasons themselves. In the distance, a cloud passed before the sun, and the light shifted over the water. It was a gentle reminder that spring's weather could still turn in an instant. He welcomed even that. The uncertainty was part of the season's charm. It kept the heart alert without stirring restlessness. By the time he rose to leave, the geese had drifted farther downstream, their voices growing faint. The ice along the banks shone with a dampness that told him it would not last much longer. He folded his blanket, rested his hand on the back of the chair for a moment, and looked once more at the slow, dark water. It would be weeks yet before the trees leafed out and the meadows filled with color, but he could feel the shape of those days in the air already, and that was enough. To stand here in the soft changing light, to breathe the damp scent of the earth, and to know that the river was carrying winter away, bit by bit making room for something new. By the time summer comes to this part of the countryside, the river has changed its voice again. Gone is the hushed murmur of winter beneath ice and the tentative trickle of early spring. Now the water runs full and warm, its surface quickened by the play of sunlight and the steady breathing of long days. Samuel has always found something deeply reassuring in the weight of a summer morning. It is not hurried the way summer in the city can be. Here, the warmth arrives as though it has taken the time to look over the fields, to greet the trees, and to linger on the riverbanks before settling in for the day. By mid-morning, the air is already full of the scent of wildflowers and clover, full of the sound of bees moving from bloom to bloom, full of the lazy hum that seems to rise from the earth itself. His walk to the river is shaded now, the trees thick with leaves that filter the light into shifting patches on the path. Birdsong tumbles from the branches, mingling with the faint rush of water ahead. Every so often, a breeze stirs the leaves, and their silver undersides flash briefly in the sun before settling back into stillness. He takes his time along this path, not because the walk is long, but because each step holds something worth noticing. When he reaches his familiar spot, the chair fits into the curve of the bank as though it has been shaped by years of use, which, in a way, it has. The grass here is taller now, brushing against his calves as he settles in. Some of it has gone to seed, the head swaying gently in the warm air. From this place the river stretches wide, catching the sunlight in 1,000 small mirrors. Summer on the river carries its own rhythm. The days are slow, but they are not idle. The water moves steadily, bearing with it leaves from the far bank, pollen from the willows, and the faint shadow of clouds as they pass overhead. Insects skitter along the surface, sending out ripples that catch the light like quicksilver. Now and then a fish will break the water, leaving a circle that widens until it fades into the current. He remembers how, in his boyhood, these warm months meant whole afternoons spent here. He and a few friends would strip down to their undershirts and wade into the shallows, the stones beneath their feet slick and cool despite the sun. They would build little dams of rock, watching how the water found its way around or over them, never truly stopped. That, Samuel thinks now, was one of the first lessons the river gave him. That persistence is often a quiet thing, more enduring than force. The air today is heavy with the smell of the season, cut hay drying in a nearby field, the faint sweetness of honeysuckle on the far bank, and always the deeper, cooler scent of the river itself. It is a smell that carries memory with it, so that each breath seems to draw in not only the present moment, but also every summer that came before. He finds himself thinking of meals eaten outside, of voices calling across the water at dusk, of the slow rocking of a boat on a still afternoon. By midday, the sun has reached its full height, and the heat gathers like a low tide across the land. Even the birds grow quieter then, their songs giving way to the steady hum of cicadas. The river, though, does not rest. Its movement is constant, a soft assurance that time is passing just as it should. Samuel leans back, closing his eyes against the brightness. Behind his lids, the sounds become clearer. The layered chorus of insects, the occasional splash of a turtle slipping from a log, the whisper of reeds bending in the shallows. Each sound is distinct, but none of them compete. They simply share the space, as the seasons share the year. He recalls summers when the days felt almost endless. Evening would not arrive until well past supper, and the last light would linger over the water long enough for the first fireflies to appear. He would watch them blink along the edge of the fields, their brief sparks matching the rhythm of the river's reflections. In those hours, the world seemed to exist in a perfect balance. Light and dark, movement and stillness, all holding together without effort. Today, as the afternoon lengthens, he feels that same balance in the air. The warmth rests easily on his shoulders, and the sound of the river folds around him like a low, steady heartbeat. He is aware of time moving, but it does not press on him. It is simply there, a part of the river's flow. From somewhere upstream, a faint scent of wood smoke drifts toward him. Perhaps a neighbor is cooking over an open fire, or burning the last of the brush from a recent clearing. The smell mixes with the sweetness of summer grass, making the moment feel complete in a way he cannot quite name. As the sun begins its slow descent, the light changes. It slants across the water, turning the surface to molten gold. The shadows of the tall grasses reach farther now, stretching toward the far bank. He watches the way the colors shift, how the blue of midday gives way to amber and rose. It is the same change he has seen every summer of his life, yet it never fails to still him. By the time the first hints of evening coolness arrive, the river has quieted slightly, its surface smoothing as the breeze fades. The cicadas grow louder for a time, then fall into their own pattern of pauses and calls. A few swallows dart low over the water, catching insects in swift, silent arcs. Samuel knows he will sit here until the light thins into dusk. There is no reason to rush back. The river will keep its place beside him as it always has. And when the shadows deepen and the first stars appear over the tree line, he will rise, fold his blanket, and walk the shaded path home, carrying with him the slow, steady peace of a summer day well spent by the water. Autumn begins here the way a candle is snuffed, not all at once, but with a soft dimming that lingers in the air. The light changes first. It loses the high brightness of summer, falling instead at an angle that feels both warmer and more fragile, as though it knows the days are shorter and wishes to make the most of them. For Samuel, the arrival of autumn is a season of noticing. The small signs come one by one, a single yellow leaf turning among the green, the first cool breath of wind that slides down from the hills, the smell of wood smoke carried farther than before in the crisp air. He knows these signs the way one knows the familiar creak of a floorboard, or the sound of a friend's footsteps approaching the door. The walk to the river takes on a different feel now. The shade beneath the trees is deeper, and the leaves overhead are dappled with colors that shift daily. Gold deepening to amber, green paling toward pale straw, and here and there a burst of red that catches the sunlight like a small flame. The air is drier, and with each step there is the faint crackle of fallen leaves underfoot. When he reaches the river, the grasses along the bank have begun to fade from summer's lush green to the muted tones of seed and stem. Some lean under the weight of their own ripeness, swaying gently in the cooler breeze. The river itself seems to reflect the season's change. Its surface holds more shadow now, and the light it carries is softer, more thoughtful, as though the water too is aware of the turning year. Samuel sets his chair in its place, the wood cool against his hands. He drapes the blanket over his knees, feeling the difference from summer, where once it was a comfort against the evening air, now it is a small necessity. The wind from across the water brings with it a faint scent of apples from a nearby orchard, and somewhere downriver, the echo of someone chopping wood drifts along the current. He watches a cluster of leaves spiral slowly down from a tree on the far bank. They land together on the water, turning in slow circles before drifting downstream. Their movement is unhurried, and he follows them until they pass beyond sight. There is a kind of grace in that, to let go to when it is time, and to be carried gently toward what comes next. In the distance, the hills wear their first patchwork of color. Pale golds run into deep russets, and the remaining greens hold on like late notes in a fading song. This is the part of autumn Samuel loves best, before the leaves have fallen entirely, when the land is still full but edged with the promise of rest. He remembers afternoons from his youth when he would help his father gather the last of the garden's yield. The baskets would be heavy with squash, apples, and the final handful of beans. After the work was done, they would walk to the river together, sitting in the slanting light with the quiet satisfaction that comes from a season's labor completed. The memory settles in him now like a warm stone, familiar and grounding. A few ducks pass overhead, their calls sharp against the stillness. He tilts his head to watch them fly in a loose formation, heading perhaps toward a marsh beyond the ridge. The river catches the reflections briefly before they vanish from sight. Soon, he knows, the geese will come, and their passing will mark the season in a way the calendar never could. As the afternoon lengthens, the air takes on that particular coolness that comes just before evening in autumn. It slips into the shade first, gathering in the hollows along the bank, and then stretches its reach toward the open water. Samuel pulls the blanket a little higher and rests his hands together, feeling the gentle ache in his knuckles that the colder months bring. The river's voice is steady, but beneath it there is a quieter undertone, as if the water is mindful of what lies ahead. It moves without rush, carrying the season forward at its own pace. Now and then a leaf catches on a branch along the edge, turning lazily until the next ripple sets it free. He thinks of how often life has been like that for him, a pause, a stillness, and then the gentle push onward. The sun sinks lower, and the light along the water turns to copper. Shadows lengthen across the fields, and the air fills with the faint rustle of leaves shifting in the wind. From somewhere nearby, the dry rattle of seed pods joins the river's song. It is a sound that belongs wholly to the season, and it stirs in him the same quiet contentment he has felt every autumn of his life. As twilight gathers, Samuel lingers a little longer, knowing the days are shortening and that each hour of light is more precious now. He watches the way the last rays touch the farthest bend of the river, the way the colors seem to glow from within just before the dark comes. It is a beauty that asks nothing of him, only that he notice it and let it rest where it belongs. When at last he rises, the air is cool against his face, and the first evening star hangs low above the tree line. He folds his blanket, rests his hand on the back of the chair for a moment, and takes the slow path home. Behind him, the river moves on, carrying the light of another autumn day into its long and patient keeping. Late autumn has a way of settling into the valley like a sigh, not a sound of weariness, but of completion, a long exhale after the work of the seasons is done. By now, the trees stand mostly bare, their branches tracing fine lines against a sky that seems wider and more open than it was a month ago. The ground is littered with the curled, brittle shapes of leaves, each one carrying the faded memory of its color. Samuel notices how the light has thinned. Even on clear days, it falls with a softer hand, touching the fields and water with a pale gold that fades almost as soon as it arrives. The mornings are cold enough now that the grass is edged with frost, and the air carries a faint metallic crispness that speaks of winter drawing near. The path to the river is quieter in this season. Birdsong has lessened, replaced by the occasional caw of a crow or the rustle of small creatures moving through the dry underbrush. His boots make a steady sound on the carpet of fallen leaves, a muffled crunch that feels like walking on the pages of an old book. He takes his time, letting the low sun guide him through the bend in the path where the trees part just enough to show the river in its late autumn form. The water moves more slowly now, its surface darker and less playful than in summer. The shallows reveal the shapes of stones that have been hidden for months, and along the edges, thin traces of ice sometimes appear in the early morning, melting away by midday. The river seems more deliberate in these weeks, carrying fewer leaves now that most have already fallen, and moving with a steady, unhurried current as though conserving its strength. Samuel places his chair in the familiar spot, the wood cool to the touch. He drapes the blanket over his knees, feeling the bite of the air against his hands until the wool begins to hold his warmth. From somewhere upstream, a gust of wind stirs the tall grasses, sending the last dry seed heads nodding. The sound is faint, like a memory you can almost recall but not fully catch. He watches the far bank, where a single tree still clings to its leaves. They are a deep, burnished copper now, and when the light hits them, they glow as though lit from within. One by one, they let go, twisting slowly as they fall to the water and drift away. There is a quiet dignity in their leaving, no rush, no struggle, just acceptance that their time has come. The air smells different now. Gone is the sweetness of summer grass and the ripe scent of apples in early fall. In their place is the sharp, clean smell of cold earth, with a hint of wood smoke that seems to come from nowhere in particular. It is the kind of scent that makes you pull the blanket closer and settle more deeply into your seat. Samuel remembers late autumn days from years ago, when the harvest was in and the fields lay bare. The work would be finished, and the days between now and the first snow would be filled with quieter tasks, mending tools, stacking wood, checking the fences before the deep cold arrived. Evenings would come early, and families would gather around the stove, the windows fogged with the warmth inside. Those memories come to him now without longing. They are not things to return to, but to hold as part of the long, unbroken thread of his life. He knows that the river holds them too in its own way, not as images or dates, but as the sum of all the seasons it has carried past this bent. A few geese pass overhead, their calls echoing in the open sky. He tilts his head to watch them, feeling the way their movement pulls at something in his chest. They are heading south now, just as they always do, trusting the pull of the year to guide them. Their wings catch the late light for a moment before they vanish beyond the tree line. The afternoon wanes quickly in this season. The sun slides toward the horizon with a quiet urgency, and the shadows along the bank lengthen until they meet. The water reflects the sky's cooling colors, soft lavender, pale rose, and the first hints of evening blue. The air grows colder with each passing minute, and Samuel can feel it in his fingers where they rest on the arms of his chair. Still, he lingers. There is a peace in these short days, a sense of everything returning to its place. The world seems to be gathering itself inward, drawing close against the chill, and he feels himself doing the same. The river's voice is low now but steady, a sound you could follow into sleep. As the first star appears above the far bank, he folds the blanket and rests his hands on the chair back, looking once more at the darkening water. It will not be long before winter takes its turn and the river wears its coldest face. But for now, in this late autumn light, it holds the year's memory gently, as if cradling it before passing it along to what comes next. He turns toward home, his breath visible in the cooling air, the sound of the river following him along the path. It is a sound that belongs to every season, but here, in the hush of late autumn, it feels especially like a promise that nothing is truly lost, only carried forward. The first days of winter here do not arrive with a storm, nor with the sudden locking of the earth beneath ice. They come quietly, the way a thin layer of frost appears on a window overnight, without you noticing the change in the air. It is a season that does not need to announce itself. Its presence is felt in the slower rising of the sun, in the pale breath that lingers long in the morning, and in the way the river's voice deepens, as though it, too, has drawn a woolen shawl over its shoulders. Samuel walks to the river one such morning, his boots pressing into ground that is firm but not yet frozen. The path is familiar, but the sound beneath his steps has changed. A muffled crunch where fallen leaves, now brittle and pale, give way beneath a light coat of frost. Each blade of grass is edged with white, catching the low sunlight in a brief sparkle before the day warms enough to melt it away. When he reaches the water, he sees the first thin films of ice along the edges, spreading like the delicate lines in old porcelain. They are not yet strong enough to hold a stone, but they move with a faint, brittle sound when the current shifts beneath them. The center of the river runs dark and steady, its surface holding the reflection of the pale sky above. Samuel sets his chair in its place and drapes the heavy blanket across his knees. The wool carries the faint scent of cedar from the chest where it was stored, and he feels its weight settle over him like an old friend's hand. The air is sharp in his lungs, but not unpleasant. It has the kind of clarity that seems to sweep the mind as clean as the sky. The world in early winter feels both open and contained. The trees, bare now, no longer form walls along the riverbank. Instead, they reach upward, their branches etching fine, careful lines into the morning light. Across the water, he can see farther than in any other season, the view unobstructed from bend to bend. Yet the hush of winter also closes in, folding the landscape into itself, as though the valley has drawn a breath and holds it gently. He remembers other winters at this river, some when the cold came hard and early, freezing the surface in thick sheets before December had deepened, and others when the water stayed open well into the year's turning. As a boy, he had been warned about walking too far out on the ice. It was a temptation for children to test the strength of what looked solid, but he had learned quickly from a single cold, soaking fall through the thin edge that the river always kept its own counsel about when to yield and when to hold. Today, the air smells faintly of wood smoke from somewhere down the valley. It mingles with the scent of the river, clean and cold, with just the faintest trace of the wet stones beneath the water. That combination, he thinks, is the truest winter fragrance, something drawn from the hearth and something carried from the earth itself. A small flock of chickadees flits through the bare branches nearby, their bright, quick movements a lively contrast to the slow pulse of the season. They chatter softly to one another, moving from limb to limb in restless arcs. He watches them until they disappear into the thicket upstream, their calls fading into the wider quiet. The river's current is slower now, but still constant. From time to time, a small fragment of ice drifts past, spinning lazily before catching the pool of the deeper water. He follows each one with his eyes until it is lost in the next bend. There is something reassuring in the sight, a reminder that even in the stillness, there is movement, and even in the cold, there is life. His thoughts turn to the winters of his middle years, when work and obligations had often kept him from sitting here as long as he wished. In those days, his visits to the river were shorter, but he carried them with him all the same. The image of snow along the banks, the muted light of a short day, the muffled sound of the current under ice. Now, with more time and fewer demands, he can give himself to these hours without watching the clock. The morning sun has climbed only a little higher when he notices the shift in the light. It is the kind of change that happens so slowly you could miss it if you looked away. The way the frost begins to soften in the warmth, and the shadows lose their sharp edges. A thin mist rises from the water in places, turning the far bank into something both near and distant at once. He breathes deeply, letting the cold air fill his chest, and feels the quiet of the river settle into him. There is no urgency here, no list to complete, no noise to rise above, only the steady movement of water toward a destination he cannot see and does not need to. By the time he stands to leave, the sun has warmed the blanket just enough that he feels the loss of it when he folds it over his arm. He rests his hand on the back of the chair for a moment, then turns toward the path home. Behind him, the river flows on, its early winter voice low and sure, carrying this morning, like all the others, into the quiet storehouse of its memory. By midwinter, the valley has surrendered itself fully to the cold. The air is quieter, sharper. It moves differently, as though it must carry its weight carefully. Days pass in a softer light, the sun never climbing too high, and even at noon, the shadows stretch long and pale. In these weeks, the river wears its heaviest coat, and its song becomes the slowest of the year. Samuel walks the path to the water through snow that has been here for weeks. It is no longer the untouched white of early storms. Its surface is marked with the faint trails of deer, the delicate prints of birds, and the meandering tracks of a fox that must have passed in the night. Each step compresses the snow with a muted crunch, a sound that seems to belong entirely to this deep part of winter. The trees stand in stark silhouettes, their branches bare and unmoving against a pale sky. Every so often, a gust of wind comes low through the valley, shaking a handful of dry snow from the limbs and sending it drifting down like a brief, quiet storm. It catches in the light and is gone in moments, as if the air had simply let go of something it no longer needed to hold. When he reaches the riverbank, Samuel sees that much of the water is hidden beneath ice. The center still moves, a narrow, dark ribbon that resists the freeze, but the edges are locked in place, the ice thick and opaque where it has built itself day after day. In some places, snow lies over the frozen surface, softening its edges, while in others the ice shows itself plainly, a pale, clouded glass that holds the memory of the current beneath. He sets his chair down carefully, brushing a patch of snow aside to make room. The blanket he carries is heavier now, its folds stiff with the cold until his body warms it. Settled in his place, he breathes deeply, filling his lungs with the bright, unfiltered air. It stings at first, but the sharpness feels clean, as though it clears more than just the chest. The river's winter voice is subtle. It speaks in the faint groan of ice shifting where the current presses, in the muffled murmur of water flowing under its frozen cover, and in the occasional crack that carries downstream like a distant echo. These sounds are spaced far apart, so that the silence between them becomes its own presence, a thing you can feel resting on your shoulders and hands. Samuel remembers winters when the ice stretched unbroken from bank to bank, thick enough that children crossed it to reach the far side. He had done it himself once or twice, his father's warning still in his ears even as he tested each step. Now he is content to stay on the bank, to let the river keep its winter path without interruption. From where he sits, he can see the way frost has traced the edges of the cattails, each stem wearing a delicate coat of white. In the distance, a crow calls from the bare crown of a sycamore, its voice startling against the stillness. It lifts into the air, its wings heavy and slow in the cold, and disappears over the ridge. The afternoon light in midwinter has a way of turning everything inward. Colors are muted and the horizon feels nearer than at any other time of year. Samuel finds that this suits the rhythm of his days now. Not a closing off, but a drawing close, as if the season itself is a reminder to keep the essential things near. He thinks of the years when winters meant long hours of work indoors, repairing tools, mending fences in the shed, or cutting wood enough to see the household through until spring. There had been satisfaction in those labors, but also a longing for these quiet hours by the river, when the world seemed to move at the same pace as his own thoughts. The snow along the far bank holds the print of a rabbit's passage. It begins at the tree line, crosses the open ground, and disappears where the ice meets the water's edge. He follows it with his eyes, imagining the small, quick movements that made it. The river takes such things into its keeping: footprints, fallen twigs, the marks of passing days, and in time it smooths them all away. The light fades earlier now than in any other season. By late afternoon, the sky has already taken on the first hues of dusk, and the cold deepens in a way that feels almost visible. The sound of the river grows softer still, as though it is tucking itself in for the night. Samuel pulls the blanket tighter but stays a while longer, watching the way the pale sky meets the dark line of the water. When he finally rises, his breath moves ahead of him in slow clouds. The snow underfoot glows faintly in the last of the light, and the path home feels both familiar and new in the quiet. Behind him, the river remains in its winter keeping, a dark thread running through the white, patient, unchanged in its purpose. He knows that in weeks to come, the ice will begin to loosen, the light will lengthen, and the first small signs of spring will appear. But for now, he carries with him the stillness of this midwinter day, a stillness that asks for nothing more than to be noticed and, perhaps, remembered. By late winter, the valley begins to hold its breath in a different way. The deep, unmoving stillness of mid-season gives way to something more watchful, as though the land itself is listening for a sound it knows will come. The light lingers a little longer each evening, and though the mornings are still edged with frost, there is a softness in the air that was not there a month ago. Samuel notices it on the walk to the river. The snow along the path is no longer the pure white of fresh storms. It has settled into gentle hollows, marked with patches of earth where the sun has worked its way through. The prints of deer and fox are clearer now, their outlines staying crisp for days before a light dusting covers them again. Even the birds, though few, seem to call with a slightly brighter note, as if they have sensed the slow turning of the season's wheel. The river is still under its winter coat, but here and there, narrow seams of open water appear, like dark stitches running through pale fabric. In the afternoons, thin sheets of ice along the edges begin to pull back, cracking gently where the current presses from beneath. The sound is faint, a brittle music that rises and falls with the flow. When Samuel reaches his place on the bank, the air is cold enough to bite his cheeks, but he can feel a change in the way it moves. It carries with it a hint of damp earth, faint but sure, as though the ground is beginning to stir under its frozen crust. He settles into his chair, the blanket heavy across his knees, and watches the water where it runs free between the ice. That open ribbon reflects the pale sky in broken, shimmering pieces. It is not the bright, restless shimmer of summer, but a quieter kind, a suggestion of light that holds itself close. From time to time, a small fragment of ice drifts past, its edges rounded by the current, spinning slowly before disappearing around the bend. He remembers other late winters, some when the thaw came quickly, rushing over the land in a matter of days, and others when the cold held on stubbornly, letting spring in only by the smallest degrees. He has lived long enough to know that there is no one way for a season to change, just as there is no one way for a person to carry the years they are given. The far bank is quiet, the trees bare except for the smallest beginnings of buds at their tips. They are hardly visible, but Samuel knows they are there. Small, closed hands waiting for the right moment to open. It is a kind of patience he has come to admire, to hold readiness without rushing into it, to trust that the time will arrive. A faint wind comes downstream, ruffling the open water and setting the dry reeds to whispering. The sound is thin, but it threads through the silence like a single line in a long song. Somewhere beyond the bend, a crow calls twice, its voice carrying far in the cool air. It is the only other movement in the soundscape, and then the quiet folds back in. Samuel pulls the blanket closer and lets his gaze drift to the surface of the ice. In places, it is clouded and rough. In others, clear enough to see the shapes of stones resting on the riverbed. He thinks of how the ice, for all its stillness, is never entirely fixed. It shifts and sighs and remakes itself day by day, answering to forces both above and below. There is a lesson in that, he thinks, to remain yourself, yet let the season work on you in its own way. The afternoon light slants lower and the colors change almost imperceptibly. The pale blue of the sky deepens, and a wash of gold touches the tops of the bare branches. The air cools further, reminding him that winter is not yet ready to leave. And yet, beneath the stillness, there is that quiet promise, like the memory of a melody you can't quite place, but know you will hear again. He lingers longer than he meant to, watching the thin line of open water shift and gleam in the fading light. It seems to him that the river in this moment is both holding on and letting go, keeping the last of winter in its grasp even as it carries the first threads of spring downstream. When he finally rises, the snow crunches under his boots in the gathering dusk. His breath moves ahead of him in small clouds, and the first evening star has appeared above the tree line. Behind him, the river continues in its measured way, keeping the seasons change in the same quiet manner it keeps everything, without haste, without forgetting, and always moving forward. Spring in full comes as a slow unfurling, not with fanfare, but with the quiet persistence of life returning. It happens in small ways first, the softening of the earth underfoot, the widening of the river's voice, and the way the air carries both the cool breath of morning and the warmer promise of afternoon. By now, the ice is gone from the river entirely. The water runs open and unbroken from bank to bank, its surface restless with light. The current carries the color of melted snow mixed with the tannin of last year's leaves, a brown gold that catches the sun in shifting flashes. Along the edges, new shoots push through the dark soil, their green a shade so fresh it almost startles the eye. Samuel walks the familiar path with a lighter step, his boots sinking slightly into damp ground. The snow melt has left the air rich with the smell of wet earth, a scent that seems to reach all the way back into his earliest memories, days when he would come home from school and find the yard filled with the sound of dripping eaves, the world smelling of thaw and beginning. He pauses near the bend where the path first meets the water. Here, the river runs wide, and the far bank wears a fringe of bright grass already lifting its face toward the sun. A pair of ducks glides past, their heads bent slightly forward as they move, leaving two thin wakes that spread outward and vanish. They seem unhurried, content to drift with the current's steady pull. The trees are not yet in full leaf, but a haze of green hovers around their branches, the first tender growth catching the afternoon light. In a few weeks, the canopy will close in above the path, but for now, the sunlight pours through freely, warming Samuel's shoulders as he walks. He sets his chair in its place on the bank, the ground soft and cool beneath his feet. The blanket he brings today is lighter than the one he used in winter, though he still drapes it over his knees out of habit. The air has a mildness to it now, and the breeze carries the sound of the river in a clearer tone, no longer muffled by ice, but bright, almost conversational, as if the water were glad to be speaking freely again. From where he sits, he can see a heron standing motionless in the shallows upstream. Its gray-blue feathers blend with the shadows of the bank, and only the slow tilt of its head reveals its watchfulness. He watches as it steps forward, each movement deliberate, until, with a sudden dart, it draws a small fish from the water. The moment is over quickly, and the heron settles back into stillness as if nothing at all has happened. Samuel lets the sight rest in his mind. He has always admired the way the creatures of the river live in such quiet accord with it, taking what they need, moving as it moves, and trusting its constancy without question. It is a kind of trust he has learned over the years, though in a slower, more human way. The afternoon passes gently. From time to time, a gust of wind stirs the reeds along the bank, their dry stalks rattling softly before giving way to the whisper of new green beneath. Farther off, he can hear the faint sound of a tractor in one of the fields, its engine rising and falling like a distant, steady heartbeat. The river takes that sound and folds it into its own, until the two are no longer separate. His thoughts wander to springs long past. He remembers the years when planting began in earnest, the smell of turned soil, the careful rows drawn straight with a practiced hand, the hope tucked into each seed. Some seasons had been generous, others less so, but always the work carried with it the belief that life would rise again. That, he thinks, is what spring teaches best, that the world can begin anew without forgetting what came before. A swallow darts low over the water, its wings catching the sun in brief silver arcs. Others follow, sweeping in wide circles before vanishing upstream. Their movement feels like a blessing on the day, light and sure in a way that only returning creatures can be. The light changes as the sun leans westward. It takes on a richer hue, touching the surface of the river with long, slanting gold. The water glows in places, and in others it darkens into the deep tones of shadow. The breeze cools slightly, bringing with it the scent of new grass mixed with the lingering damp of the riverbank. Samuel knows he will stay until the first touch of evening. There is no need to hurry home while the day is still offering its quiet abundance. He leans back in his chair, feeling the rhythm of the river align with the rhythm of his breath. The sound is steady without insistence, yet it fills the space around him in a way that feels complete. When at last he stands, the sky is beginning to soften into the colors of dusk. He folds the blanket and rests his hand on the back of the chair for a moment, looking once more at the wide open water. The river in this season seems to carry not just the memory of winter, but the shape of all the seasons yet to come. It holds them quietly, the way the earth holds the promise of every seed until the moment is right. He takes the path home with the sound of open water at his back, a sound he knows will follow him in memory long after the day has ended. By the time mid-spring settles in, the river has taken on a new voice. It is still the same steady presence it was in winter, but now there's a brightness in its tone, a soft urgency to its movement, as if it knows that this is the season when everything grows. The banks are full and green now, the grass thick and bending under the weight of dew in the mornings. Wild violets have appeared at the edges of the path, their purple faces turned upward as if to catch each stray beam of sunlight. A warm breeze moves through the willows, and their long branches sweep the surface of the water in slow, trailing gestures, as though greeting the river with affection. Samuel comes earlier these days. The light of morning has a clarity that feels almost sacred, and he likes to see the mist lifting from the water before the day has fully begun. It's a mist that curls and drifts, making the river appear as though it's remembering dreams it had in the night. He walks with his hands in his pockets, his boots brushing against tufts of grass that have grown taller than he expected. There's a hush in these early hours, broken only by the distant call of a bird or the occasional splash of a fish. The air smells of wet earth, but also of new leaves, that bright, almost sweet scent that comes only when the world is freshly green. It's a scent that takes him back to his boyhood, to mornings when he would sit on the fence at the edge of the pasture, watching the fog burn away and the day stretch itself awake. By mid-morning, the village begins to stir, the sound of a hammer somewhere across the river, the faint hum of voices from a house with open windows. These sounds do not disturb the river. They seem to fold into its music, becoming part of the day's slow unfolding. Samuel notices that he listens differently now than he used to. He doesn't just hear these sounds, he feels the space between them, the quiet that holds them. His chair, as always, is waiting at its place on the bank. He sets it down, smooths the blanket across his knees, and leans back, letting his gaze rest on the far shore. The light catches the ripples and scatters them into tiny shards, so that it seems the river is strewn with moving fragments of sky. A pair of swallows darts low over the water, their flight quick but graceful, as though they know exactly where every current of air would be. The hours pass without measure. At times Samuel closes his eyes and simply listens, to the lapping of water against the roots, to the rustle of reeds in the breeze, to the quiet creak of his chair as he shifts his weight. The sun warms his face, and there's a comfort in the way the air moves slowly over the skin, neither hot nor cold, but carrying the memory of winter and the promise of summer together. Once a shadow moves across his lap, and he looks up to see a heron gliding overhead, its long wings steady and unhurried. It disappears behind the bend in the river, but the image lingers in his mind. That quiet strength, that sure passage from one moment to the next. He thinks, as he often does in spring, of all the lives the river touches, the minnows flashing just below the surface, the roots that drink from its edge, the farmers who count on its steady flow to keep their fields from thirst, and himself, a man who has sat beside it for years, finding in its constancy a kind of mirror for his own days. When the wind shifts, it brings the smell of lilacs from somewhere up the bank. The scent is soft but insistent, and it makes him think of the old garden his wife once kept. Every spring she would bring in a jar of lilacs for the kitchen table, the water in the jar clouding after a day or two, the petals dropping in slow, quiet surrender. Even now, he can picture the way she would bend her head to breathe them in, closing her eyes for just a moment, as if the fragrance itself could carry her somewhere gentle. He sits with that memory for a while. It doesn't ache the way it used to. Time has softened its edges, the way the river smooths a stone over many seasons. What remains is a warmth, a quiet gratitude for having lived through days like that. By the time the sun leans westward, the shadows along the bank have grown longer. The swallows have gone, replaced by the slower movement of a lone kingfisher, perching and then darting out over the water with the flash of blue. Samuel stands, folds his blanket, and rests his hand on the back of the chair for a moment. The day has been simple and in its simplicity, complete. As he turns to walk the path home, he glances back once more at the river. Its surface is calm now, holding the colors of the sky, blue deepening toward gold, gold softening toward the first hints of evening. It is a river that remembers, and in its remembering, it offers him the quiet assurance that nothing good is ever truly lost. The first days of summer come quietly, without the fanfare of sudden heat or heavy storms. Instead, the season slips in gently, as if not to startle the slow rhythm the river has kept all spring. The mornings are warmer now, yet still carry the cool breath of night, especially in the hour before the sun clears the tops of the willows. Samuel notices the change in the light first. It falls differently across the water, less silver, more gold, with a thickness that makes the ripples seem heavier, as though each one is carrying more of the day's promise. He likes to arrive just as the sun begins to edge along the far bank, when the mist still lingers but is already beginning to loosen its hold. The grass along the path has grown high, brushing against his knees as he walks. It bends under the weight of dew, leaving dark streaks on his trousers, but he doesn't mind. He pauses to touch a blade here and there, feeling the coolness soak briefly into his fingertips. Some mornings, a small grasshopper springs away from his step, its leap quick but harmless, a reminder that the quiet here is alive in its own small ways. By the river, the willows are in full leaf now. Their branches hang low, and when the wind stirs, they sweep the water's surface in slow, deliberate arcs. He watches the patterns they leave behind, temporary ripples fading almost as soon as they form. Like whispered thoughts, the river keeps to itself. Samuel sets his chair in the usual spot, careful to press its legs firmly into the soft ground. He folds his blanket over the backrest. It's not always needed now, but habit has its own comfort. The river greets him in its familiar voice, steady, deep, and full of the kind of patience only something ancient can hold. The air is different here in early summer. It carries the scent of wildflowers blooming farther up the bank, Queen Anne's lace, buttercups, and the faint sweetness of clover. Mixed in is the sharper smell of sun-warmed mud, a reminder that the river is not just beautiful, but rooted, earthy, and real. From somewhere across the water, a woodpecker drums against an old tree, its rhythm slow, unhurried. In between each beat, Samuel can hear the deeper silence, the space that gives the sound its shape. He has learned to value that space, to let it settle in him until the quiet feels as full as the noise. As the morning stretches on, the light brightens, and with it comes a gentle hum. Bees moving from flower to flower, a dragonfly skimming low over the water, its wings catching the sun like threads of glass. The river itself seems more awake now, its surface restless in a playful way, sending tiny waves to lap against the roots along the bank. Samuel leans back, resting his hands in his lap. He watches a leaf, pale green and no bigger than his thumb, break free from a branch upstream. It drifts toward him, caught in the slow pull of the current, spinning gently before slipping past and continuing on its way. For a moment, he imagines following it, letting the river carry him wherever it chooses. His thoughts wander, as they often do here, to summers long ago. He remembers the way the heat would press down on the fields by midday, the shimmering air above the road, the sound of cicadas so constant it seemed woven into the day itself. He remembers taking his shoes off to wade in the shallows, the cool water running over his ankles and the thrill of finding smooth stones to skip across the surface. The memories are not sharp now, they are softened by time, like a photograph left too long in the sun, but they hold a kind of sweetness he can still taste, a reminder that even the smallest days can leave a lasting shape in a person's heart. By noon, the warmth is heavier, and the shadows beneath the willows grow dense and inviting. Samuel does not rush to leave. He sits and watches the light shift, turning the river from bright gold to a deeper, quieter green. Now and then a fish breaks the surface, sending out ripples that expand until they disappear into the larger flow. When he finally stands, his legs feel the weight of the hours he has spent in stillness. He folds his blanket, lifts the chair, and takes one last look at the river. The water moves on, unconcerned with the measure of days, holding within it all the seasons it has seen and all those yet to come. The path home is shaded, lined with tall grass and the low rustle of leaves in the wind. Behind him, the river continues its quiet remembering. Ahead of him, the afternoon opens wide, and Samuel walks into it without hurry, carrying the peace of the water within him. By the time afternoon leans toward evening, the heat of the day has softened. It no longer presses against the skin but lingers in a way that feels gentle, as though the air itself has grown tired and decided to rest. The sunlight is no longer the bright, demanding gold of midday. It has taken on a warmer, deeper tone, a kind of quiet amber that lays itself gently over the river and the fields beyond. Samuel finds himself walking back toward the water. He hadn't planned to return so soon after the morning, but something about the way the light spills across the path calls him back. The tall grasses now sway with a slower rhythm, and the shadows they cast stretch longer than they did just hours ago. Somewhere nearby, a breeze moves through the leaves of a sycamore, its sound soft and even, like a familiar voice telling a story too low for the words to be caught. The river greets him differently in the late afternoon. Its surface, earlier restless and quick to catch the sun, is now calmer, holding the light in broad, unbroken reflections. It seems to breathe more slowly, as if it too is preparing for the quiet that evening will bring. Samuel steps onto the small patch of flattened grass where he likes to sit, but this time he leaves the chair behind, choosing instead to lower himself directly onto the earth. The ground is warm beneath him, and he can feel the heartbeat of the place in the hum of insects, in the steady pull of the water, and in the faint thud of his own pulse in his ears. He notices how the willows lean differently now, their branches casting delicate shadows that reach farther across the water. Some touch the surface, leaving fine trembling lines that fade almost instantly. In those brief moments before they vanish, the ripples seem to carry something unspoken, a kind of shared understanding between the tree and the river. Across the water, the far bank is bathed in soft light, each blade of grass holding a golden edge. The air smells faintly of hay, carried from the open fields beyond the bend. It's a scent Samuel has known all his life, one that holds both the memory of long summer workdays and the comfort of slow, unhurried evenings after. He closes his eyes for a moment, letting the smell draw him backward in time. He remembers the steady rhythm of a scythe cutting through tall grass, the whispering sound it made, and the way his father would pause between strokes to straighten his back and glance toward the horizon. There had been no rush then, only the steady work of the day, with the river always near enough to hear if you listened. A dragonfly drifts close, its wings catching the light in shifting colors, green, then blue, then almost silver. It hovers for a while before darting away, vanishing into the deeper shade where the reeds grow thick. Samuel follows it with his eyes until it disappears, and in its absence he notices how the air feels heavier now, the warmth settling low against the earth. From farther upstream, the soft plop of something entering the water reaches him. It could be a fish, or perhaps a small branch breaking loose and sliding into the current. Whatever it is, the sound blends easily into the larger stillness. Another note in the quiet song the river has been singing all day. The sky above begins to shift. The bright blue of afternoon is giving way to gentler tones. Pale rose near the horizon, deepening to a cooler gray blue higher up. A thin cloud stretches across the fading sun, and the light beneath it turns the color of honey poured slowly from a jar. Samuel sits a long while without moving. He has learned that there is no need to hurry these hours. The river does not. It holds its place, watching the light change with the same patience it has kept for generations. He finds himself breathing in time with it, each exhale long and unforced, each inhale filling him with the scent of water, grass, and distant hay. Somewhere on the far bank, a bird calls once, then again its voice low and even, as if marking the slow approach of evening. The sound carries just far enough to reach him, then disappears into the open air. It leaves behind a kind of listening silence, the kind that feels almost tangible. Samuel rests his hands on the ground beside him, feeling the warmth stored there from the day's sun. He lets his fingers trace the shapes of small stones pressed into the soil, some smooth, some rough. These too seem to hold a memory of the river, as though each has been shaped by years of patient turning in its current. The light grows softer still, and the first hints of shadow begin to fold across the water. The river's surface now reflects both the last color of the sky and the deep green of the willows leaning toward it. The two tones meet and shift, blurring into one another until it's hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. When he finally rises, the evening air has cooled just enough to raise the fine hairs on his arms. He looks once more at the water, watching it move in its slow, certain way, and feels a quiet gratitude, not for anything grand or extraordinary, but for the simple truth that it is still here, and so is he. The path home is dim now, lined with shadows and the faint silver glimmer of the first stars overhead. The sound of the river follows him for a while, then fades into the night, leaving only the soft rhythm of his own steps and the sense that the day has folded itself neatly into the keeping of the dark. The morning comes quietly, almost shy in the way it enters the valley. There is no sudden burst of light, only the slow lifting of the night's shadows, the careful unfurling of pale gray into soft silver, and then into the first hints of gold. The river, which Samuel could only hear in the dark, now emerges from the mist like a memory returning gently after a long sleep. Samuel wakes before the sun has cleared the ridge. The air in the house is still cool, the boards of the floor holding the night's quiet in their grain. He moves slowly, the way one does when the day has not yet decided how quickly it wishes to be lived. His boots wait by the door, but he leaves them behind, opting instead for bare feet on the damp grass. Outside, the world is wrapped in a thin, drifting fog. It moves low to the ground, curling around fence posts and the knees of the tall milkweed that stands along the path to the water. The dew is heavy enough to darken the edges of his trousers, each step leaving a faint path behind him that disappears almost immediately. There is a stillness to the river at this hour that feels different from the evening's calm. In the night, the water seems to hold its breath, waiting for something unseen, but in the early morning it moves with a kind of quiet certainty, sliding around the bend with a sound so soft it might be mistaken for the rustling of leaves. Samuel stops before stepping onto the familiar patch of flattened grass. The fog rests thick over the surface, and the opposite bank is hidden entirely, as if the river has pulled itself inward, keeping its far side for another time. The willows closest to him hang still, their branches heavy with beads of moisture that catch the newborn light in brief, trembling sparks. Somewhere above, a single bird begins to sing. It's not the full, clear voice of midday, but a low, almost conversational note. the kind of sound made not to announce itself but to keep company with the morning. Samuel listens, letting the space between each note stretch long, as though the bird too is reluctant to move too quickly through the dawn. He lowers himself onto the grass, the cold of the earth seeping gently into him. For a while he simply breathes, watching the way the mist swirls in response to the faintest movements of the air. It gathers in pockets, then loosens and drifts apart, revealing small glimpses of the current beneath. These moments feel like the river is offering him pieces of itself, just enough to remind him it is alive under the veil. The smell here is different in the morning. It carries the sharpness of wet earth, the sweetness of grass still holding the night's cool, and the faint mineral scent of the stones below the surface. Samuel closes his eyes, and the scent alone is enough to bring back an image of himself as a boy, lying belly down on the wooden dock, face inches from the water, watching the minnows scatter like spilled silver when he dipped a finger in. A small sound draws him back, the delicate splash of something breaking the surface. Through the mist he catches the ripple, perfectly round at first, then stretching, softening until it is gone. It could have been a fish, or a frog, or a leaf letting go from some unseen branch upstream. In this hour, the specifics don't seem to matter. Only the movement remains, a quiet reminder that the world goes on making itself anew. The sun finally begins to press against the edge of the ridge. Its light comes first as a pale wash, then as thin rays that slip through the higher branches and touch the river in long, bright strokes. The fog glows in that light, shifting from silver to a warm, muted gold. In some places, the mist begins to lift entirely, revealing the far bank as if it had been painted there in a single patient stroke. Samuel rises and walks to the very edge, feeling the cold lick of the water around his toes. The current is steady, pulling past him without hurry, its surface holding the sky in broken reflections. He dips his hand into it, cupping a small pool that runs out almost as soon as it's lifted. The cold is sharper than he expected, and it leaves a faint tingle in his skin as he lowers his hand again. He stands there a long while, watching the slow reveal of the opposite shore. The leaning willows, the narrow strip of stones, the faint path that runs along the water before disappearing into the grass. The morning seems to move with him, both of them unhurried, each letting the other exist without demand. When he finally turns to go, the sun is high enough to scatter the last of the mist. The day ahead is still unknown, but it waits without pressing, content to let the morning keep its hold a little longer. As he walks back toward the house, the grass brushes against his ankles, and somewhere in the trees, the bird begins its song again, this time a little louder, as though the world has grown ready to listen. By the time the morning has settled fully into day, the sun lies heavy in the sky, its light spilling over the fields in broad, unbroken sheets. The river has shed its veil of mist, and now it gleams in the brightness, each ripple like a small, clear breath. The air holds a warmth that presses gently against the skin, the kind of heat that is less about temperature and more about the slow, enveloping presence of summer itself. Samuel moves through the yard without hurry. The boards of the porch are warm under his bare feet, and the scent of the lilacs near the steps still lingers, though their blooms have begun to fade. He carries a chipped enamel mug filled with cool water, and every so often he takes a sip, feeling the way it moves down, as if the body itself sighs in thanks. The midday hours here have a particular stillness. It is not the silence of night, nor the tentative quiet of dawn, but something fuller, as though the world in the heat of the sun has agreed to pause. Even the birds seem to understand, their songs soften to occasional murmurs from the shaded trees. The sound of cicadas hums in the background, a slow, steady thread of sound that holds the hours together. In the wide shade of the old sycamore by the water, Samuel lowers himself into the worn wooden chair that has sat there longer than he has been alive. Its arms are smoothed by decades of resting hands, its legs settle deep into the earth. From here, the view of the river is framed by the long, draping branches of the tree, their leaves flickering in the light breeze like coins catching sunlight. He sets the mug down beside him, leans back and lets his gaze follow the current. The water moves in patterns that seem both familiar and new. The way the shadows of clouds drift over it, the way a sudden gust presses its surface into tiny overlapping waves before it smooths again. Every now and then a fish jumps, leaving a brief ring that widens, thins, and disappears. There is a memory tucked somewhere in the warmth of this hour, of his mother sitting in this very chair, her eyes half closed, a book resting open but unread in her lap. He remembers how she would dip her hand over the armrest to let her fingers trail in the grass, as if the earth itself were another page she was reading. She used to hum sometimes, not any tune he could name, just a soft circling melody that blended so easily into the summer air that he could never quite tell where her voice ended and the sound of the world began. Samuel reaches for the mug again, the enamel cool in his palm. He drinks slowly, watching the way the afternoon light deepens the color of the water to a rich green, the reflections of leaves sliding across it like small drifting clouds. The shade holds steady around him, though every so often the wind moves just enough to scatter spots of light across his knees, as though the tree itself were offering some quiet acknowledgement of his presence. He hears the faint creak of the dockboards downriver, and for a moment he thinks of walking there, but the chair holds him as firmly as the heat does. The truth is, these hours are not made for going anywhere. They are made for letting the day lean into you, for feeling the rhythm of the river align with your own breath. Somewhere across the water, a dragonfly hovers, its body catching the sun in flashes of blue and green. It dips low, skimming the surface, then rises again, its wings making a sound so fine that it might be imagined. Samuel watches it until it disappears into the bright air upstream. Time moves differently here. He can feel it in the way the shadows stretch slowly, in the way the light shifts almost imperceptibly, from the white gold of midday to the softer hue that will eventually lead toward evening. There is no urgency in it. The hours pass not because they are pushed forward, but because they are gently carried, the way the river carries a leaf without disturbing its shape. Samuel leans his head back against the chair, closes his eyes and lets the sounds arrange themselves. The hum of insects, the occasional plunk of something small falling into the water, the creak of the tree as it shifts in the breeze. These are not noises, but part of a single unbroken sound, the voice of the place itself. When he opens his eyes again, the sun has moved enough that the edge of the shade has crept closer to his feet. He thinks briefly of rising, but instead he takes another slow drink from the mug, the water still cool enough to feel like a small gift. A faint wind stirs, carrying with it the scent of the river and something sweet from farther off. Perhaps clover blooming in the field beyond the hill. The day is far from over, but Samuel knows that nothing urgent waits for him now. The hours will unfold as they choose, and he will meet them as they come. Here, in the company of the sycamore, the river, and the slow-moving air, he feels no need to be anywhere else. The chair beneath him, the shade above him, and the quiet all around are more than enough. By mid-afternoon, the heat of the day begins its slow surrender. It is not a sudden change, nothing in this place ever is, but a gradual loosening, as if the sun itself has grown content and no longer feels the need to press so intently upon the earth. The light softens from a bright, almost white gold into something warmer, as though each ray has gathered the memory of hours past and now carries it gently toward evening. Samuel rises from the sycamore chair, the boards beneath his feet giving a soft groan, as though they too are stretching after a long stillness. He picks up his mug, now empty but cool in his hand, and walks toward the edge of the riverbank. The grass here grows in uneven tufts, and the earth holds the imprint of last spring's rains. Slight dips where the water once pooled, now dry but still dark in color. The river lies wide and calm before him, its surface shifting in slow folds that catch and release the sun. Somewhere far upstream he hears the faint clatter of a truck crossing the old wooden bridge. The sound is distant enough to feel like memory rather than intrusion, folding itself neatly into the quiet around him. He crouches near the water's edge, resting his forearms on his knees, and watches as a single brown leaf floats by. It is curled inward, perhaps carried from the trees upriver by a wind he cannot feel here. The leaf spins slowly, its shadow trailing beneath it on the green surface. There is something in its movement that feels familiar, how it drifts without resistance, trusting the current to take it where it is meant to go. The scent of the river is stronger here, a mingling of damp earth, sun-warmed stones, and the faint sweetness of plants rooted just beneath the shallows. A soft plop draws his eyes to a place near the reeds, where a frog slips into the water, its small wake fanning outward in concentric rings. Those rings widen and fade until the river's surface is once again whole. He remembers, without quite trying, a summer long ago when he was still a boy, kneeling here with a tin pail, trying to catch minnows with his bare hands. They had slipped through his fingers like quicksilver, darting away into the green shadows. His grandfather had sat nearby on an upturned crate, watching with a quiet smile, never hurrying him, never telling him to give up. Some things, his grandfather had said when Samuel finally sat back, are meant to be seen, not held. The air shifts slightly, bringing with it a cooler thread from downriver. It brushes along his skin the way a hand might trail over the back of a chair in passing. Unhurried, familiar, a reminder of the hours still to come. The light now angles lower, casting the first long shadows across the stones and grasses at his feet. He can see the silver gleam where the sun touches the ripples, and for a moment it looks as though the river has been stitched with a seam of light. Samuel stands again, slowly, and begins to walk, the narrow path that follows the curve of the water. The ground here is worn smooth by years of steps, some his own, some belonging to people whose names he no longer knows, but whose presence lingers in the way the path bends to avoid a stubborn root, or widens just enough for two to walk side by side. Along the bank, milkweed pods have begun to swell, their green skins tight with what they hold inside. He brushes his hand lightly over them as he passes, feeling the firm shape beneath his fingertips. In a few weeks, they will split open and release their white, feathered seeds to the wind and the water, each one drifting toward a place unseen. A cluster of black-eyed Susans leans toward the last of the afternoon sun, their dark centers ringed by petals the color of warm butter. The bees move among them with the steady purpose that makes time seem less like a line and more like a circle. Samuel pauses to watch one hover, its body humming before it disappears into another bloom. The path leads to a small outcrop of rock that juts into the river, just far enough to feel apart from the shore. He steps onto it carefully, the stone warm beneath his soles, and sits down with his legs folded beneath him. From here, the river's voice is louder, not rushing but speaking in many small overlapping tones. The lapping at the edges of the rock, the faint gurgle where water meets a snag of roots, the distant trickle of a stream entering from the far side. He sits there for a long while, watching the way the light changes. The bright gold of midday has softened into a deeper amber, and the surface of the river reflects it like a long, unbroken ribbon. The breeze stirs again, cooler now, and the smell of wood smoke reaches him from somewhere upstream. A chimney, or perhaps a small fire in the yard of a neighbor he hasn't seen in weeks. Samuel knows that soon the sky will begin to take on that particular shade of blue that belongs only to the edge of evening. But for now, the day lingers, stretching its last warm hours like a cat settling into the final patch of sun. He feels it in his own body, a loosening in his shoulders, a steadiness in his breath, as though he too is part of the river's slow turning toward night. And so he stays, letting the current pass by, letting the world arrange itself around him in the way it has always done, without demand, without hurry, just the gentle, enduring rhythm of water and light. By the time Samuel rises from the stone outcrop, the light has shifted again, subtle yet undeniable. The day has folded into that tender hour when the gold of the sun deepens toward amber, and the first threads of shadow begin to weave themselves through the landscape. It is the kind of change one might miss if the mind is elsewhere, but Samuel has been here long enough to notice how it settles upon the land like a blessing. He walks back toward the narrow path, his footsteps slow, as though the ground itself asks him not to hurry. Along the bank, the river has taken on the soft sheen of brushed metal, reflecting a sky that now carries the faintest blush of evening. A few swallows skim the water's surface, their wings catching the light before they arc upward and vanish into the taller trees. The air cools in small degrees, each breeze bringing with it a different note. The faint spice of wild mint, the dampness of moss that clings to shaded stones, and somewhere, the dry, sweet scent of sun-warmed hay. It is a changing of scents that tells as much about the hour as the lengthening shadows do. Samuel's eyes wander to the far side of the river where the tall sycamores stand like sentinels. Their leaves, once a sharp green, now seem to hold more light within them, as though each leaf has gathered a small portion of the sun's warmth for the night ahead. Between the trunks he catches glimpses of open pasture, a wide, sloping stretch that he knows will soon be silvered by moonlight. The path carries him to a place where the grass grows thick and soft, and he pauses there, drawn by the quiet fullness of the scene. The frogs have begun their evening voices, a low and steady chorus, rising from the marshy edges where cattails sway. Above them, the last of the daylight gathers in the high branches, glowing faintly before it will give way to blue. Samuel lowers himself onto the grass, resting back on his hands, and lets his gaze follow the slow drift of the river. The water moves without urgency, but with purpose, a reminder that even the calmest currents have a direction, And that stillness does not mean the absence of journey. He thinks of all the places this water will touch before it finds the wide embrace of the sea, and wonders if each bend in its path will remember the stones, the wind, the quiet banks it has known. A dragonfly lands nearby, its wings a translucent map of sunlight and shadow. It remains still for a moment, as though listening, before lifting away again, its small body catching the last slant of gold. The sight brings back the memory of another summer evening, years ago, when he and his father had stood in nearly the same place, skimming flat stones across the river's surface. He can almost hear the sound of those stones skipping, 1, 2, 3, before disappearing beneath the ripples. His father had laughed softly then, not at the throw itself, but at the simple joy of watching something travel. Just a little farther than expected, the light dips lower still, and the river begins to mirror the deepening blue above. Far to the west, the horizon holds the faint glow of the sun's retreat, a band of color that will fade long after the first stars appear. Samuel lies back fully now, the grass cool beneath him, and watches the branches overhead sway gently against the sky. The sound of the world has changed, less the rustle of daytime movement, more the settling hum of creatures finding their place for the night. The frog's chorus swells, joined now by the high, steady trill of crickets. Every so often, the soft splash of a fish breaks the surface, and the ripples widen, disappearing into the darkening current. In this hour, nothing feels hurried. Even the passing of time seems to take on the pace of the river. Measured, unbroken, a rhythm one can rest within. Samuel closes his eyes for a moment, not to sleep, but to feel the air on his face, to listen to the world as it gathers itself gently toward night. Somewhere in that stillness, he realizes how rare it is for a day to end without demands, without noise pressing in from all sides. Here, there is only the slow folding of light, the steady voices of the earth, and the quiet knowledge that the river will keep moving long after he has left its bank. The first fireflies appear as he opens his eyes, small lanterns drifting just above the grass. Their light blinks in soft, irregular patterns like thoughts one almost remembers. He watches them for a while, content to let their slow dance be the last thing he notices before he rises to follow the path home. Samuel stood for a long moment before leaving the riverbank, his eyes following the dark, glimmering thread of water as it wound away into the trees. He felt the quiet weight of the evening on his shoulders, not a burden, but the kind of stillness that settles into a person when they have truly been present for the slow turning of a day. The path home was narrow and half lost beneath the shadows of overhanging branches. It wound upward from the low meadow into the gentle rise of the land where sycamore roots curled like the backs of sleeping animals, and small stones were warm still from the afternoon sun. With each step, the sound of the river faded, first the brighter ringing tones of the shallows, then the low, steady hum of the deeper channel, until all that remained was the murmur of crickets and the occasional rustle of a bird settling deeper into its roost. The air had shifted again, carrying the faint bite of night. Somewhere far off, a dog barked once, and Samuel thought he knew whose farm it belonged to. That small sound, a voice calling across the land, reminded him of how the valley held people just as it held the river, each life running alongside the others, sometimes crossing, sometimes simply flowing in quiet parallel. He reached the old gate at the edge of his pasture and paused to lift the latch. It was the same gate his father had built decades ago, the wood worn smooth in the places where countless hands had pushed it open. Samuel rested his palm there a moment longer than needed, as if greeting an old friend, before stepping through and letting it close gently behind him. The pasture opened wide before him, a quilt of grass and shadow under the deepening sky. Beyond it, his house stood with its porch light already glowing, a small, steady beacon in the gathering dusk. That light was not bright enough to change the darkness, but it was enough to remind a man where home was. Crossing the pasture, Samuel let his hand trail through the taller grasses, feeling the rough edges catch against his skin. He thought about the seasons that had passed here. The hay cut in midsummer, the frost that silvered these same blades in December, the soft green flush of April returning again and again. The land kept its own calendar, and it was one a man could trust more than the paper one tacked to the kitchen wall. As he drew closer to the house, the sound of the evening changed again, less open, more contained. He could hear the faint creak of the porch boards when the wind shifted just right, the hum of the old refrigerator through the screen door, and somewhere inside, the quiet tick of the mantel clock marking each second in a patient, unhurried way. The porch boards sighed under his weight as he climbed them. Samuel turned for a last look at the pasture and the far line of trees, their shapes now softened into the kind of darkness that hid detail, but not presence. Fireflies still moved in their slow arcs, their lights winking in and out like a language meant only for the night. Inside, the air was warmer, carrying the faint scent of pine kindling from the small fire he'd laid earlier. It wasn't cold enough to need it, but the crackle of flame in the hearth had always been less about warmth and more about companionship. The fire's light flickered across the shelves of books, across the photograph of his parents on the mantel, and across the old armchair by the window where we had spent so many winter evenings watching snow gather against the glass. Samuel moved into the kitchen, set the kettle on the stove, and listened for the soft building of heat in the metal. The window above the sink was dark now, reflecting the small lamp-lit room back at him. It was strange how a window could be a way to look out, or a way to see deeper into one's own life, depending on the light. The kettle whistled softly, not the sharp, urgent sound of boiling water, but a low, steady tone, like someone calling from just across the yard. He poured the water over a spoon of dried chamomile, watching the pale blossoms swirl and settle. Steam curled upward, softening the air around him. Carrying the cup into the front room, he settled into the armchair, the cushion giving under his weight in the familiar way of something well used. He cradled the mug in both hands, letting the warmth soak into his fingers before taking a slow sip. Through the window, the night spread itself fully across the land. The moon had risen somewhere behind the trees, its light making the pasture look almost silver and turning the river, far beyond the reach of the porch, into a dark ribbon that caught the faintest gleam. Samuel imagined the water still moving, still holding the memory of the stones and banks he had walked beside earlier. He sat there until the tea was gone and the fire had burned down to a quiet glow. The mantel clock marked the passing of minutes, each one folding into the next with no hurry, no demand. It was a good sound to end the day with. When Samuel finally rose, he left the cup in the sink, turned off the lamp, and let the porch light be the only glow in the dark. It was enough, just as it had been every night before, to guide him from the edge of the pasture to the door, to mark the place where rest waited. The morning came quietly, the kind of slow arrival that seemed to hesitate at the edges of the world before fully stepping in. Samuel stirred beneath the weight of the quilt, the fabric heavy with the faint scent of cedar from the chest where it had been stored last spring. For a while he did not open his eyes. He simply listened. Somewhere outside, a single bird tried a tentative note, a small sound against the great hush of dawn. It was answered, not in chorus, but in patient intervals, as if the valley were waking in stages. The air in the room was cool, but not cold enough to rush him from the warmth of bed. It carried the clean scent of the night air that had drifted in through the open window. When he did sit up, the light was still the thin kind, more suggestion than substance, slipping through the curtain in pale ribbons. Samuel's feet found the braided rug, its familiar texture a quiet reassurance beneath the day's first step. He rose without hurry, moving with the rhythm of someone who knew there was nothing urgent pressing against the hours ahead. The floorboards creaked softly in greeting as he crossed to the kitchen. He lit the stove, the small flame taking hold and beginning its gentle whisper under the kettle. From the cupboard he took down the tin of tea leaves, its lid warm with the memory of countless mornings. He spooned the leaves into the pot and poured the first measure of water, watching the steam rise in the cool air. Outside the window, the pasture lay in a kind of blue light that came only in the hour before the sun cleared the ridge. Mist hung low to the ground, moving in slow currents over the grass. In the far corner, the old sycamore stood as it always had, its branches bare now, every line of its shape clear against the paling sky. Samuel carried his tea to the porch, the board still holding a trace of night's coolness. He settled into the chair nearest the railing, cradling the mug in both hands. The steam curled upward, joining the mist that moved over the field. From here he could see the thin silver of the river in the distance, its surface catching what little light the morning offered. He thought of the way the river had looked last night, a dark ribbon under the moon, and how it would look later today, bright and full in the afternoon sun. The river never hurried between those moments, and in that, Samuel found a kind of wisdom worth keeping close. A soft movement caught his eye, a fox trotting along the fence line, its fur touched with frost. It paused once, turning its head toward the porch, ears pricked in the quiet. Then it moved on, disappearing into the taller grass beyond the gate. The world was like that, offering small moments if one stayed still long enough to see them. The tea cooled slowly in his hands. Samuel took long, unhurried sips, letting the warmth travel through him the way sunlight would soon travel across the land. He thought of the day ahead, the small repairs waiting in the barn, a walk to the river to check the south fence, maybe a visit to the store in town if the afternoon stretched gently enough. Nothing pressing, nothing loud. Somewhere behind him, the mantel clock in the front room began to chime the hour, its tone soft, as if careful not to break the morning spell. Samuel finished his tea and set the mug on the railing. The sun was beginning to touch the tops of the far hills, turning their edges gold. The mist would lift soon, the valley opening itself to the day. He rose, stretching in the easy way of someone who has spent years learning the language of slow mornings. The board sighed under his step as he went back inside, the door closing with a gentle click behind him. The house held its own kind of morning light now, spilling across the kitchen floor and catching the dust motes in their drifting paths. Before turning to the small tasks of the day, Samuel paused by the window one last time. The river was still there in the distance, steady and sure, carrying its quiet memory through another day. He knew he would walk to it again before the sun was gone, not because it was necessary, but because it was part of the rhythm that kept him whole. And with that thought, he moved into the day, not away from the stillness, but carrying it with him, like a quiet stream running just beneath the surface of all things. By late afternoon, the light had settled into that mellow hue that made every edge softer and every shadow gentle. The air had lost except the crispness of morning, replaced by a quiet warmth that seemed to lean against the boards of the porch and rest there, content to linger before the cool would come again. Samuel had finished the small work in the barn, a loose hinge on the south door, a row of tools cleaned and set back in their place. He had eaten a simple lunch of bread, cheese, and an apple from the cellar, then read for a while in the chair by the window. Now, the book sat closed on the table beside him, its weight holding down a small slip of paper where he had marked his place. The river had been on his mind since morning, its silver thread glimpsed from the porch like a promise waiting to be kept. He took his hat from the peg by the door, its brim shaped by years of sun and rain, and stepped down into the yard. The grass was warm beneath his boots, the kind of warmth that rises only after a day spent quietly under the sun. The path to the river began just past the orchard. Even now, though the branches were bare, the air there held a faint sweetness, a memory of blossoms and bees and the hum of summer afternoons. Samuel walked slowly, not out of weariness, but because there was no reason to hurry. Each step pressed softly into the earth, the sound of his tread blending with the faint rustle of dry leaves in the hedgerow. Past the orchard, the land sloped gently toward the water. Here, the grass grew taller, bending and straightening in a slow rhythm as the breeze moved through. The breeze carried with it the scent of the river, a mingling of damp earth, stone, and the clean, clear smell of moving water. When Samuel reached the riverbank, he stopped for a moment, simply letting his eyes follow the water's course. The river moved the way it always had, unhurried but never still, its surface catching the light in small shifting fragments that broke and reformed without end. He stepped closer, the ground soft beneath his boots, and knelt to trail his fingers in the current. The water was cool, as if it carried the memory of far-off springs where snow still lingered in shaded hollows. On the opposite bank, a row of willows leaned toward the water, their long branches stirring just above the surface. In the shallows, a pair of ducks moved quietly, turning the water in slow circles as they searched for food. Everything here seemed to hold its own pace, untouched by whatever might be hurrying beyond the valley. Samuel sat on a smooth, flat stone where he had sat many times before. From here he could see the bend in the river where it disappeared behind a stand of alders, then returned again farther downstream. It was easy to believe that the river knew him as much as he knew it, that it had seen his younger steps, faster and less measured, and had kept company with his quieter ones in recent years. He reached into his pocket, drew out a small piece of twine he'd found in the barn that morning. Without thinking much about it, he began to twist and loop it between his fingers, making a simple knot, then undoing it, then making it again. It was the kind of idle work that seemed to fit the rhythm of the river. Above him, the sky had begun its slow change, the blue deepening at the edges, the first hint of evening gold touching the tops of the trees. Somewhere far up the valley, a dog barked once, then again, its voice softened by distance. A moment later, silence returned, settling over the water like a second skin. Samuel stayed there until the light shifted fully. until the gold gave way to amber, and the amber to the first soft grays of dusk. He stood then, brushing the dust from his hands, and looked once more at the water. It moved on without asking for anything, yet offering in its quiet way a place where a man could set down whatever weight he'd been carrying. The walk home was slower still, the path now lit with the last low sweep of the sun. In the orchard, the bare branches reached upward, black lines against the pale sky. By the time he stepped onto the porch, the first star had appeared above the ridge. Inside, the house welcomed him back with the faint scent of the wood stove, still warm from morning. He lit a single lamp, its glow pooling gently on the table. In the window, the reflection of that small light sat side by side with the deepening night outside. Samuel poured a glass of water from the jug, drank it slowly, and felt the quiet of the river still moving through him. Not in sound or sight now, but in something steadier, like the slow beat of the heart when a man has walked a familiar path home. The evening settled over the valley in a way that felt both familiar and new, like the way a well-worn quilt falls over your shoulders each winter. Same comfort, yet never exactly the same moment twice. Samuel had eaten a small supper, a bowl of warm vegetable stew with bread baked the day before. Its crust softened in the steam from the pot. He ate slowly, without hurry, listening to the soft creak of the house around him, the way the wood seemed to breathe in the cooling air. After he'd finished, he washed the dish and set it in its place, wiping the table with the same cloth he'd used for years, the edges frayed but strong still. Through the kitchen window, he could see the porch light beginning to glow, its gentle amber spreading across the yard like a lantern set in the palm of the night. That light had always been his way home, even on nights when he'd been nowhere far from it. It was less a guide than a reminder that in all the wide space of the world, there was one small place that was his. He moved to the front room and sat once more in the chair by the window. From here, he could just make out the bend of the river, now a shadow against the darker shadows of the trees. The first few stars hung in the high sky, steady and unblinking. In the quiet, Samuel thought of the many nights he'd sat here before, some filled with company, others with only the hum of his own thoughts. The quiet tonight was a good one. It was the kind that didn't lean in with questions or press with reminders, but simply let him rest where he was. It felt like the quiet that comes when you've done enough for the day, when the world, in its own way, has folded you back into its keeping. He thought of the orchard in spring, how the blossoms would return without asking, and the bees would find them again, as they always had. He thought of the river, its patience unshaken by seasons, its current carrying both yesterday's leaves and tomorrow's driftwood in the same even hand. These were the things that made up his life now. Small, steady threads woven through with the same kind of care you might give to mending an old shirt. Samuel leaned back, his hands resting lightly on the arms of the chair. Somewhere in the house, the wood of the rafters gave a soft settling sound, like an old friend shifting in their seat. The air held the faintest scent of the fields outside, a cool earth and the distant sweetness of hay. He reached over to the small table beside him and opened the book he'd left earlier. He read only a page or two before his eyes began to drift toward the slow comfort of closing. Setting the book aside, he let his gaze linger on the porch light, its glow holding steady against the night. The sound of the river came to him faintly through the open window. It wasn't loud, just the quiet conversation of water over stone. the same as it had been when he was young, and as it would be long after he was gone. There was something in that sound that seemed to carry every voice he'd ever known, every moment of stillness he'd ever held on to. Samuel closed his eyes and listened. He let the day fall away in slow, even breaths. He thought, not for the first time, that the river didn't just move through the valley. It remembered it, and perhaps it remembered him too. Somewhere far beyond the fields, a night bird called once. Then the silence returned, deep and whole. In that stillness, the weight in his shoulders eased and the years seemed less a burden than a trail he'd walked without needing to reach the end. The porch light shone on, holding its quiet place in the dark, and Samuel, wrapped in the gentleness of the night, let himself drift, not away from the world, but deeper into the heart of it, where every sound was kind, every shadow was safe, and the river, patient as ever, kept its watch until morning. And so, as the night folds itself gently around you, I hope you can feel the weight in your chest ease, just as the river eases into the quiet of its own banks. Let the stillness here stay with you, a reminder that you are safe, that the world will hold until morning. Close your eyes now and let the breath in your body grow slow and unhurried. May sleep find you kindly, and may your dreams carry you somewhere warm, where time moves gently and nothing asks more of you than to simply rest. If this story brought you comfort tonight, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Perhaps a memory it stirred, or just a quiet hello. And tell me, what story would you like me to tell you next?